Hello. Hello, hello. Just getting started. Let me do the announcements. Okay, let's put a countdown. No. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Okay, HTML time. Let's go. Whew. Okay. So, what are we doing today? We are we're fixing the code that I broke yesterday, basically. Yeah, that's gonna be step number 1. You want to take it over the HTML word, or are you doing this just to prove that Zig with a little bit of care? So just to prove that with a little bit of care and Zig, we can have nice things even for web stuff. A little bit of both. On one hand, this is the type of program where Zig really shines. I would absolutely recommend against writing a language server in Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, even Go. I think those are just not tools that are fit for this type of job. That's some of it. The other part of it is that I do web development a lot myself, and I suspect I'm not the only one. But I guess differently from the majority of people that do web development professionally, I don't use a JavaScript framework, and I try not to use JavaScript frameworks. So I'm left with nothing. There is just no tooling for you if you're not using a framework. And And I would argue that if you are using a framework, you probably don't have the best tooling ever, but that's in a sense not my problem. That is the framework that is maybe providing you with good tooling, maybe not, maybe something in between. I don't know. But I do think that it is surprising that simple vanilla HTML has no good tooling. So I want to make it so I can use it myself. And also, yes, the fact that there isn't there anything like this, I do think that has a chance of, gaining some popularity, which is not bad. It's not bad. Not for me, not for Zig, it's like it's a good thing for everybody actually. So yeah, a bit of all these things. See, I don't like the default developer experience for HTML. Mm. I also don't like frameworks because they're usually so much unnecessary complexity for a small static website. Yep, that's what I'm aiming for basically, because that's the space that I tend to inhabit. You know what? For attributes, I think we should do this. The fuck? I opened by mistake a random test HTML thingy, and well, what do you know? Apparently, they're testing that Three-Seater works well, and apparently also my own thing works well. I didn't know. Hello, Bifredo. Hello, Blue. Okay, so this is better. We're looking at completions, and what we do if it's dot model? I don't know, man. Yeah. Okay. um. So you're asking for completions. You're asking for content completions. And what do we do in the model case? Actually, we can solve the model case, and we can also solve the simple case, I think, in here. So that's fine. It's just a matter of implementing them. And for attributes, there's static content, and then there's dot globals only. So globals only. We could even go to almost. We could go to on this switch label. Huh. I don't know if this is a good idea, but it's definitely something that we can do. Okay. And I think that this guy can be the same, basically. But wait a second. Completion for content, when it's simple stuff, I think we have already implemented. Where did that code go? Because we did write it. I'm fairly confident that this code is somewhere. Oh, it's this guy. It's categories.completions. This is the code. But it's only based on categories. That's not enough. I think the categories.completions needs to go away. I think. Or we could use it temporarily. Content has simple suggestions. So it's either purely based on the model, on that. But how the model got computed might differ from what it's... but I guess it depends. I guess it's like this. We have nodes, we have AST. Okay, so if these things overlap, we add it to the suggestions. The simple case, there's more. There can be these things. Okay, so extra children. Oh, we have to do the forbidden children first before we do this. Oh, and same with forbidden descendants. And then forbidden descendants extra. No, though, the extra stuff we do not care about. Okay, so in theory, we have implemented this. We'll see. Switch must handle all possibilities. Right, invalidation, globals only. Expecting what? Found what? What are you talking about? All right. Uh-oh, this might collide with other stuff. Hopefully not. Description. We're trying to get a description of something. We don't know even what yet. Right? Yeah. We want an attribute model. We want to get an attribute model. Oh, there we are. There we are. There we fucking are. So attributes. Okay, so this is where we need a list of attributes. always. So even if it's globals only, that's fine. But even in any of the other cases, they need to be accessible. So how do we do that? Uh, I guess we could make attributes a struct instead of a union. Like dynamic still has the attribute map. There we go. Yeah, that's how we do it. And then you know what? We do this. E.get attribute. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do it like this. Nah, this system is actually kind of dumb now that I think about it. I don't think we want the map in here at all. Or even in simple. Yeah, we don't want these pointers, I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's do the work to do it well. So we remove get after. Let's do it well. Okay, so go back to AST because now we need to figure out how do we get descriptions. We get the element, and then we're doing either get attribute mode. Where are we getting the element? Because if it's right, because we might need to return the element description, so that's fine. And then because otherwise we were needing it here. But what if we were to move this here? Then would be fine. In here, instead of that, we do now we do elements, attribute elements get for and dot kind dot get name. There you go. Oof, this refactoring is causing a bunch of compilers everywhere. God damn it, man. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Empty map late template. Oops. There you go. Why do we want this and not the original? I think this is fine. Okay. Right. Now, how do we grab completions? So if it's static, we're calling attribute completion on attributes. At this point, honestly, does it even matter? The distinction between globals only and static. No, in the case of completion, it doesn't really matter, honestly. we're trying to do completions for this attribute. So the idea is that completion does by default completion on, I guess here we could pass node ast dot node at node idx dot kind. I guess we could pass down the kind. Oh, I think I get it. So we want to put undefined in the map. So we are basically expecting to know when we should not even attempt to find stuff in there. So yeah, I don't think we need a label here. I think we need to duplicate this thing and pass different arguments inside. Something like this. Or this more precisely, I think. Yeah. Okay. Validation. What do we do with validation now? We're validating attributes. No attributes in here. So the question is, to be honest, it is tempting to not make this distinction and to put empty instead of undefined. You know what? I think I really want to do that. Yeah. Hello, Emlog. How's it going? I'm refactoring. Right. Okay. Okay, so we're back to building. Did we regress anything? Temporary element description. This description works. Okay. We don't have descriptions on attributes. Let's add it here. Although debatable, you know what? It's debatable if we want to have this. But okay. So what have we gained with this refactoring? We have gained some stuff. We have made elements smaller, which is actually good. Which is actually good. Okay, so now we can embark on these adventures. So we want to implement button and test it against A, because there's a new type of explanation that we need to implement. Also, here's also this one. This is like a sample of elements that have interesting behavior that we are going to use to see if this new stuff works better now. Okay, so let's go implement button. Okay, button. Flow, phrasing, interactive, list, label, submittable, palpable. Jesus Christ. Auto-capitalize and autocorrect inheriting. Jesus, okay. Form associated content. So thankfully we don't care about all of these properties, only some of them. So this is flow, phrasing, and interactive. Flow, phrasing, interactive. Content. Phrasing content, but there must be no interactive content descendant, not descendant with the tab index attribute specified, so similar to A. If the element is the first child of a select element, then we also have 0 or more descendant selected content elements. Okay, so this last part is going to be gnarly, but let's start with the, or maybe we're going to leave it for later, but let's start with the first part. So content model is phrasing. And then it has in attributes is static, right? It does have attributes though. So we will have to perform, we'll have to implement some attributes. And I guess I'm going to do that now. Then we are going to need to implement the content validation because it's definitely going to be custom. Let's copy the description stuff. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. Jesus, there is a few. Should I do this programmatically? I probably should, shouldn't I? Okay. What if I insert a number? Uh, it doesn't work. So we have increment, but it's not the same thing. I wonder how you do this. Okay, bunch of attributes. No interactive content descendant. Also, wait, we need to go into attribute and wire those in for button. Okay, so content. Content can be simple in this case because it's phrasing content, no interactive content, no tab index. Oh, but we have this shit. So never mind. Content cannot be simple. It can be simple up to the first half, but the second half is not simple at all. Okay. So that's fine. Let's implement it as simple for now, just to test it against a low. No interactive content. Okay, so how do we express no interactive content? Custom, simple, extra children, forbidden descendants. So we have forbidden descendants extra for tab index. Sure. Phrasing true. Oh, we need to say that we don't want interactive. So there might be phrasing and interactive. So we're saying what we, this is interesting. For content, we're saying what we like, but we're not saying what we deny. So I think we need to do that. We need to say we only allow content that has these properties, but we also need to reject content that has certain other things. So, and we do want to know this in the model, I think. Let me think about this for a moment. Because we have this concept of denying, we have this concept of rejecting things, but only in a partial model. In a partial model, we're saying this is what we reject, and we were using it for providing explanations. But maybe this is something that we have in the model, even if it's full. Hmm. Okay, what if we did this? Content, reject. So with this, we wouldn't have to create a custom function for rejecting something like this. But even in this case, toggle, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had fun in Toggle's stream, because you're not going to have fun in this stream. No, I'm joking. I'm being a little bit too harsh. I am still implementing nesting rules for an HTML language server, and I'm now tackling some specific combinations that basically require special care. Yeah, have a good lunch or breakfast. Well, yeah, whatever it is for you. So, for example, I'm here's an idea. Sorry, let me explain why I'm doing button and a right now. You can nest anchors inside of a button as long as they don't have an href attribute. Basically, if the a is not a link, so what makes an anchor a link is the presence of the href attribute. So the absence of it makes it a, I don't know, useless thing that you can drop in there and it's fine. But, and so we need to be able to represent this situation and be able to check in an efficient way, etc. So I'm trying to understand how these things should play out, basically. And I think that in this case, the problem is that model cannot be full. Categories doesn't change. Content let me see, why does A work? A works because it has a partial model. So we describe this as a partial model because we need to look at its attributes to know the categories that it belongs to. Right. But in our case, this is not it. In our case, it is full. We just want to be able to reject content. So if we have the ability to say this, then we can say, yes, we'll be able to reject this. That said, for content, we will need... Why do I care about having content reject written in here this way? Because it would be... Okay, because it would make sense if I really had a simple validation rule. Okay, now I get it. If I truly had a simple validation... content validation rule, then it would be nice to be able to say this. But in reality, this is not the case. Okay, since we have to implement it anyway, let's not try to make up extra abstractions that we might not even need. Let's instead do the work. Okay, so content is not simple. It's not this simple, unfortunately. It's more complicated. Yeah. Okay, let's make content. What is it? The other one? Custom. Okay, so we need to make these functions. So I want this and this. Actually, attributes should be like more up top, I think. Okay, validate content. So this logic is completely wrong. We'll have to remake it. But here's the idea. And stop. One thing that I think it's unfortunate is that it would be nice to be able to express this in a, like, to validate this in a simple manner and then do this manually. If the element is the first child of a select element, then you can also have, oh no, 0 or more descendant select content. Never mind. So might as well, we need to merge everything together, the behavior. Okay, while child IDX is different than stop IDX. Which we can express as lower. Child IDX. We have implemented this in element, basically. Is it validate content? Yes, but the second half here. Yeah, also calling it child is not good. Okay, if node kite next index, we compute it. If it's SVG or kind of math, we look into it, but then we skip it. Otherwise, we do +1. Perfect. So now we have all the iterations set up. Then the question is, well, we need to validate all the rules. So if Yeah, I'm really not sure about why am I doing this way. This data is not really being used as it should. Ah, it's not really being used as it should, although, to be fair, the categories are true. Should it just be... Am I going insane because this should be partial? I think I might be just going insane because this should be partial instead of full. Or you know what? It maybe full and partial should be pushed down, and you should be able to say, this is the model, and I can have full categories or partial categories, full content or partial content. And that actually would explain it perfectly. Because in our case, we would have full categories. We always have these. As for the content, but no, that is actually not true, because for the content, when it comes to models, this is it. The only information that's missing is that we really don't want interactive elements. It's the only piece of missing information, literally. Oh, and you know what? We do need this information. Okay, so why do we write this information? For transparent thingies. So we need to pass this down through transparent thingies. So this is why it's missing. Okay. So this, we need to have this. Content reject. So you have to be phrasing to be allowed in here, but you cannot be interactive. So we do need content reject. Perfect. And A is a content reject element. Okay, in any case, so so the way it works is that we are I guess we are matching, maybe matching models. I guess we could do button.model match, and then child.model, node.model. More like rejects. If the button model rejects the node model, mm-hmm. And that can yield a reason, maybe? So why am I thinking about this? Because, for example, maybe this is gonna need to be more fancy than that. No, we can't express it this way. We need to do it more manual. Let's see. So if button dot model dot although really matching is not a bad idea. Actually, this should be like something of content. Okay, the problem is that we need the reason, right? Right. No, we don't need the reason. From this perspective, we don't really need the reason. None of this needs a reason. Hmm. Okay, let's do it explicitly for now. If button model dot content dot intersects overlaps. Invalid nesting, we are gonna need the node span. Oh well, we're gonna need the parent span. Okay, so if there is no overlap, we complain. Hello, Rocco Rager. If there is overlap between what we reject and so if button model content reject content reject, yes, content reject. If content reject dot overlaps these categories, then we complain. And yeah, these things could really use some kind of reason system. Okay. So for now, we don't have a good way of modeling reasoning about these things. But this okay. So this is what we like. This is what we don't like. Then what else? tab index. What if we didn't do this? What would happen? Okay, so for now, let's do it like this. There we go. So in the case of tab index, we can say that it's because of tab index. So actually, okay, let's split this into two separate checks. So if it's tab index, we say it's because of the presence of the tab index attribute. And in this other case, we don't say anything. Dependency loop detected. God damn it, man. But now I know the trick. Haha. Okay, we are still missing one important rule. If the element is the first child of a select element, then it may also have 0 or 1 descendant selected content element. Descendant. Okay, so we need first to check that. Var or const. Var, const, var. You have a crucial important question. Oh no. If you showed your audience the latest epic Microsoft Code moment, save sleep.sh. No, I haven't yet. You know what? I should have. We had a raid earlier from Togglebit, so I should have showed some interesting stuff to people from Toggle. So, okay, question: is anybody from the Togglebit raid still around? If there's anybody from the raid, I'll show you something funny. If you're not here from the Togglebit raid, then you're used to boring content. So, okay. Oh, there's somebody. Okay. Okay. So let me show you the funny thing. GitHub.com Actions runner. I think this is the repo. Wait, they're what a second. They are working on it. There's a commit from 2 days ago, preparing for a release. They updated Docker, fixed if statement structure in update script and variable reference by somebody, add v2 flow for render deletion, node 20 to 24, No 2024. Twice. Redirect supported OS doc section to current public docs location. Yo, holy shit, they're bumping up the Microsoft dot uppercase net dot test dot SDK from 17.13.0 to 17.14.1. What the fuck? So, okay, this is what they're working on. Is this VS Code? No, it's Microsoft, but it's not VS Code. This is GitHub Actions. So the runner for GitHub Actions. So the thing that pulls, events from your repository and decides when it's time to run your CI scripts. Future of ARM v7 support. Okay. So this is interesting, but you know what's even more interesting? Safe sleep. So describe the bug. Very rarely on update, GitHub Actions runner. Well, I think this GitHub Actions runs safe sleep.sh and hangs forever. So as part of the process to update a runner, the runner decides at some point to execute this script. But apparently it causes sometimes runners to hang forever. We have seen this. There's it's in a private discussion, but Andrew has a screenshot where one of our CIs has been like sleeping for like has one task that has been burning 100% CPU for like 200 hours or something, nonstop running this freaking script, safesleep.sh. Now there's more stuff below, but let's not spoil too much of the story right away. Let's take a look at safesleep.sh. So where do they hide this gem? Source misc layout root. Layout root. Okay. This is the script. So when I first saw the script, I thought it was completely broken because I don't program in Bash. I don't know that all the weird rules that Bash has. I don't like Perl, and I think of Bash as, I don't know, like a proto-Perl, like an attempt to make the worst possible language ever, which then culminated in Perl, but Bash has some of that. And so I was looking at this, and I was thinking, wait, so you set a variable seconds to 0, and then you keep checking that it's different from one of the input arguments. So the idea is that you run this script with a number as argument, and then you do forever until this thing is equal. But wait, you're never incrementing it, so this is all broken. This was my original interpretation. Unfortunately, it's not this. Seconds is a special variable in Bash, and something somewhere automagically increments it every second. Or I think more precisely, it just seconds is defined as something different. Like, I don't know if it specifically increments in any second, but in any case, this variable will increment itself automatically. So yeah, if you put 10 seconds, it starts, and here it's set at 0, and then you wait for seconds to be equal to 10. 10 seconds later, it will be equal to 10, and it will work out. So long story short, this is not completely broken, but unfortunately, yes, it has one, like, who wrote this script is truly evil. They are like, it's an evil genius who wrote this script. Like, I don't want to shame people for broken code because we all write broken code very often, but I do think you have to be an evil genius here to do this. They could have said, as long as seconds is lower, well, not greater, but lower than the number you give me, let's keep looping. Why does this make a difference? Yes, because if your script doesn't get scheduled for 1 full second, which doesn't happen often, but it can happen, and it does happen, it did happen in that script, and it did happen for us, because we have a machine that we keep overloaded, in the sense that we always keep it running CI stuff at full blast. So what happens is that if your stupid bash script doesn't get scheduled for that second, you're done. This loops forever, and and that's it. There's nothing you can do. You know what? I don't want to leak my private messages, so let me do this. Full screen camera and enjoy my face while I'll just fetch that screenshot, so we can enjoy it. Okay, so this is the screenshot from the Zig machine. We have these runners. They're all stuck running safesleep.sh. They're using each is using 100% CPU. Time, god damn it, 299 hours. All of them. So these were as our CI, and so you look at our CI and you say, wait, why is the CI lagging? Why is it taking so long to process my PRs? Sorry, it's busy running fucking safesleep.sh. Now here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Thank God this is safe sleep. Imagine what it could have been if it was unsafe sleep, but it is safe. And so this is the problem basically. And this was reported on April 7th. Nobody has done anything about it. Mlag posted something, oh my god, 1 hour ago. This bugs me too, so I looked into it. It seems the safe sleep function was originally declared to be used in run helper sh template. Safe sleep. If not sleep, then ping. What is going on? What is going on here? Also, why is it sh not template? What is happening? What is happening? It's named safe sleep because it doesn't rely on the presence of the sleep utility. Man. Oh my god. Okay, let me read what Mlag wrote so that we can enjoy his perspective. So the bug in this quote safe sleep script is obvious from looking at it. If the process is not scheduled for 1 second interval in which the loop would run due to seconds having the correct value, then it simply spins forever. This can easily happen on a CI machine under extreme load. When this happens, it's pretty bad. It completely breaks a runner until manual intervention. Yep. On Zig CI runner machines, we observed multiple of these processes which had been running for hundreds of hours, silently taken down to runner services for weeks. I don't understand how we got here. I don't either. I mean, that's a question more about like the entirety of the tech industry. Even ignoring the pretty clear bug, what makes this bash script safer than calling into the post? What is it that makes calling this freaking thing safer than calling into the POSIX sleep utility? It doesn't seem to solve any problem. Meanwhile, it's less portable. Needlessly, it's CPU time by busy waiting. Yep. The sloppy coding, which is evident here, as well as the inaction on core actions bugs in line with the decay of quality of almost every part of GitHub's product, is forcing the Zig project to strongly consider moving away from GitHub Actions entirely. With this bug and many others, severe workflow scheduling issues resulting in dozens of timeouts. Yeah, this is apparently a problem that started recently, where apparently, I don't know, somebody decided, I bet you that this is what happened. Somebody decided that somebody fucked up the I don't know, like what's it called, like the sharding key of some Kafka queue whatever thingy, and now basically workflows are being picked up out of order from actions, which means that you have old stuff that can get ignored, and then it times out, because in the case of Zig, there's enough activity that if you don't pick in order, then the the new stuff can overpower the old stuff, especially if your runners are busy running safe sleep. So logs randomly becoming inaccessible, random job cancellations without details, perpetually pending jobs. We can no longer trust that actions can be used to implement a reliable CI infrastructure. I personally would seriously encourage other projects, particularly any using self-hosted runners, to look carefully at the stability of actions and ask themselves whether it is a solution worth sticking with long-term when compared with alternatives. So this is delightful. Yeah, why was this PR merged? Yeah, so there's this PR. So I saw this earlier. This drives me insane. So this is a PR that solves an issue 1698. What does this issue say? Describe the enhancement. Bash script run helper.sh.template contains implementation of safe sleep function. However, this function is not used in all bash scripts. There are a couple of places where the standard sleep function is used. It would be good to adjust safe sleep function so that it receives one parameter, sleep time in seconds, just like the standard sleep function, and then use it whenever necessary. Why? But why? 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 Wouldn't it be better to do the opposite? Wouldn't it be better to delete your trash code and just use sleep? And I get it that there are some environments where sleep is not available, but like, not the ones that you support normally. This fucking thing supports like 5 distros. They all have sleep in it. Like what? Who? Who's running this on a system that doesn't have sleep? Additional information. Script that uses standard sleep function is update.sh.template. Yeah, no environment with bash is going to be missing sleep. That's a good point. And so this is the thing. Tagged enhancement, render feature, completed in 2022. GitHub Actions runners have been shitting themselves while updating since 2022. And so this is the delightful PR. Look at this fucking evil PR. Yeah. Remove the thing that actually works. And even this, like, this is the funny thing. Okay, let's see if this shit implementation of safe sleep was actually fine. You don't have sleep. You don't have ping. Never happens. So you never get here. But okay, you do. Count is 0. Hopefully count is not a fucking magic variable. While count is different than 5,000, print sleep to dev null. Increase count. I have to say, this is not great. But you know what? This is still better than fucking safe sleep. But also here's another question. Why does it need to sleep? Why does the runner even need to sleep? Because it's not some kind of evented thing. Like, it's not like sleep until condition happens. It's a 2-second sleep, 5-second sleep. Man, also look at how bleak this is. They want to sleep 5 seconds. And they consider that sleeping 5 seconds is equivalent to increasing a variable and printing to dev null 5,000 times. This script was, like, I guess originally like tuned for, I don't know what, an Amiga computer, a Commodore 64 computer, something like this. What the heck? So why is this fucking thing even sleeping? Okay, where is safe sleep invoked? So I guess this is what we're looking at. Update sh template. Wait for the runner process to exit. Waiting for runner process name, runner PID to complete. Oh. So here's how it is. It looks at the process ID and sleeps. Looks at the process ID and sleeps. So how do you implement this in a better way in Bash? Can you? Yeah, the people at GitHub were visionaries. They were vibe coding in 2022 already. Yeah. Time of check, time of use. Is it? No, I mean, I think that their processes, they somehow set some state that makes the runner okay. I'll make some stuff up. Maybe they write some kind of like dot update file in the runner. When the runner sees the file, it will shut down. Instead of picking up another job, it will shut down. But it might take a while, right? Because we might be here waiting for, I don't know, an entire Zig test suite to pass. So it's gonna be 12 hours before we're done with this. So the point is that another process could happily take that PID. That is a fair point. Yes. Yes. I agree. It's almost as if, so bear with me, but I have this mind-blowing idea. It's almost as if the runner process should be the one in charge of updating itself, considering that it's the one that knows when it's done picking up new stuff. Like, it's the one that could literally what's called exactly, like, execute basically swap the process to another program that does the updating once the time comes, instead of having the shitty bash script to do this job. In bash, just background the job and do a wait on it. Okay, so there are even ways of making this work with bash. Okay, cool. You know what? Yeah, that's clearly the responsibility of layout being update.sh template. Yes. By the way, the fucking bash script is templated. I can't even. Man, stop templating shit, please. Like, if you think about it, there's like a weird correlation between people doing insane things and templating stuff. Every time you reach for templating, you're fucking it up. Fucking macros, man. These are like basically like this template thing is macros basically, and like it. I don't know. You know what? Let me see. Out of curiosity, what does ChatGPT have to say about this? How can I wait for a process to finish in bash, given the process is process PID? Even ChatGPT knows, man. You know what? Maybe they're not wrong. Maybe they should. Honestly, ChatGPT would have done a better job with that script. But it's a pretty bad replacement for sleep in several ways. Busy waiting. Timing and accuracy. It's only updated 1 per second, but your loop checks it constantly. You might close to the right delay, but it's not exact. Maybe it's late update, blah, blah, blah. Worst behavior under load. If the system is under load, seconds might not update exactly on time, and the loop could overshoot. Okay, never mind. Don't hire ChatGPT. What the fuck is this? I mean, though, if your only goal is to delay the sleep period anyway. Ooh. Oh, okay, so let's see. You can't wait on something that is not your own child process, though. Yeah, okay. I suspected that might have been the case, but in any case, there's one last gem. Oh no. I don't know where this stuff is anymore. Here. Conversation. Then this got mentioned. You said if you to the issue. Okay. So here's the issue. Okay, so why was this PR merged with so much as a comment? Why does it execute the helper script instead of exporting and importing it as a function? Why does it need a last check? At least check for the presence of sleep like the old one did. At least the negative clause is effectively that code in that case and doesn't cause bugs. Adding to the confusion, it turns out that someone submitted a perfectly good fix for the actual bug here while keeping the inexplicably busy loop, so any hypothetical advantage of safe sleep.sh would be retained over a year ago. This was 3157. Unfortunately, it sat completely untouched for over a year before it was helpfully closed by a bot due to inactivity, despite being a perfectly good PR with a pending unfulfilled review request. The situation is baffling. It appears, at least to me, like this mission critical repository is borderline unmaintained. Bro, not even my repos are like this. Fix a rare condition where the comparison may not be made within the second, and then this will loop forever. Or at least until a rollover of seconds. The sleep was placed in 1707. But if, yeah, this is, oh, if a VM is suspended, blah, 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 okay. GitHub Actions bot added the stay label and closed it on March 10th. Good job. What a disaster, man. What a fucking disaster. What a fucking disaster. But at least it's safe. Yes. But at least it's safe. But you know what we should do? Wait a second. We should try out a new experience. That's what we should be doing. Wait, why are we even bothering about this? Oh, no. No! Switch back! Switch back! Switch back! Oh my my god. So this is the state of things. This is the state of things. And we let these people, by the way, we let these people buy, own, and maintain critical infrastructure. You could argue that maybe GitHub, you know what? I think we should argue that GitHub is critical infrastructure. It's used by a ton of people. It shouldn't suck this much. It shouldn't be this way. Like, what the fuck? Sounds like a business plan to me. Yeah. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I guess people that are paying for the cloud stuff, though. Oh. This might not fit in some things. Yeah, Twitter failed. Failed to post the blue sky. Holy shit. Really? PR was 2024, not 2023. Okay. Okay, let's try again. You know what? Since it doesn't fit, let's just turn it this way. I'm gonna delete it from LinkedIn. I mean the previous post. Okay. What a story, man. What a story. Let's switch back to HTML. Holy cow. Well, you know what? You know what is the takeaway from this story? That by giving control of GitHub to Microsoft, in a sense, we can all sleep safe. That's the takeaway. So can have, what is the thing that we can have? Selected content. Okay, we can have selected content. Okay, we can have selected content if We're the first child of a select element, so grandpa. There we go. So if it can have selected content, then we do it first before anything else. We say if next.kind, sorry, it's not next, it's node.kind selected content, then we deal with it. Can have selected content, and then bar scene selected content. There we go. So, okay, we find the selected content, then we do if can have selected content if scene selected content, then it's a duplicate. Also, scene selected content, you know what? It's not a Boolean, it's an optional span. Here we go. Else. So if we see selected content but cannot have a selected content, what do we do? You know what? I think I prefer this with continuous more than else's. And actually, no, if we do accept it, we do not continue. We need to fall through actually, because we need to continue the validation of that element. we need to continue the validation of that element. Although, why do we need to continue it? Because we need to continue not the categories, but we need to check the extra stuff. So this is more like, this is an else. We only look into this model if it is not selected content. I think this should be this. And we can even put this in an else here. This should be better. Yeah. Okay. So we cannot have selected content, and we have selected content. So that's definitely an error. And the error is not duplicate field, but is invalid nesting. And we have a reason. And the reason is only allowed when button is first child of a select. First child of a select. Okay, with this we should have done everything. What I'm thinking is that if we want to avoid this else, we can flip these conditions. So we can say if it does not have selected content, then we can put this above, which does end in a continue. And so this other stuff does not need to live in an else. I think I like it this way. Let's see. Script should have been called sleep with one eye open, because that is both what we need to do now. The Microsoft maintains this crucial infrastructure, and it's what the script does. If by one eye open you mean entirely awake, working as hard as possible. Yeah. Man. I mean, Microsoft is a company that knows business and it does not know software engineering. Oh. Duplicate field. Duplicate element. Really? No, you're joking. Come on. Duplicate child. In this case, it's not exactly a duplicate child, though. You know what? We need to give this guy a reason. Okay. Oh, it's DC. Yeah, it's DC.span. Why are you complaining about? What about the reason? No, we don't care because it's a different thing. Okay. Okay, so we have this implemented. Is button done? So button might be done at this point. So this is good. To test button, we're gonna need also to implement select, or some form of select. So are we still good? I think we are good. We're just not doing suggestions because I'm not asking for them. No. Oh, right. SSC doesn't have completion. What am I saying? It's this guy that has them. And we have them. Okay. So we're good here. Then we have another head. Duplicate child. So we're good. Heading body, we have a button. We try to put an anchor and it works. Oh, where are we fitting to format? Uh-oh. Access of union fields like name while text is active. What? Start tag iterator. Oh, shit. Because now we're trying to call start tag iterator on things that might be wrong. That is indeed a problem. So we are in button.zig, and we are thinking that we can call. Wait, actually, why is this wrong? What? Okay, so now we're good. So this time we didn't fail. Man, what was the condition that caused us to have this problem? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, so by deleting that, we reliably crash. In ASC.zig. And we're saying the original current.kind is element. We're asserting that. Oh, you know what? That's an assertion that I put there in place. And maybe I was just wrong in my reasoning when I put that. I put that there recently. Is void. So yeah, instead of asserting, it's not. So never mind. We can't assert this. Maybe we can assert it for K. Wait a second. No, I think we can assert it for K, not the original. Let me think. What is it that trips now? What we tripped is on original, I think. Yeah. So let's keep the assertion for K. And let's not do it for original. Okay, so we don't poop ourselves anymore. So A is fine, but what if I give it an href? It says invalid nesting under button. And that's cool. That's good. But it does not say why. Why is this not saying the reason? Because we don't have this concept of wondering whether the nested thing is like this because of runtime conditions or something else. And that is unfortunate. Let's do the other one though. I guess if we were to split them between static and dynamic, so you keep the static in the element and you always only turn on the dynamic in the tree. That way you match the tree and then you match the static, and you always have to do that, which is not a bad idea. And then if you do that, then you know what caused that. Yeah, that works. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Whew. So we were saying that we have invalid nesting on the button. Unfortunately, we're not explaining why, and that is a problem. Then I would like to test select and then improve that error message. And I think that that's going to be the key for the next level of improvement. So here's how I'm going to do it. I'm basically going to copy this. Oops. And we're going to place that in select. But we do say that it's dot select. So right now, A is invalid nesting under button. So this is fine. Button is the first item under A select. So it should allow a selected content. But not the second one. Uh-oh. Oh, what am I doing? Inside button. There we go. Duplicate child. Button can only have one selected content descendant. Okay, so take it out and we're happy. Let's remove the anchor for the A for a moment. Okay, let's add an A. So the A is fine. And we put it inside the A and we still complain about it. That's awesome. Take this out and we're happy. Button is not anymore the first element. Invalid nesting under button. Only allowed when button is the first child of a select. So this part we're doing beautifully. The problem is that we have seen by implementing button and A that we are failing to recognize when we should say something about why A is nested. And I'm finally understanding what we should be doing. We need to split static versus runtime stuff. And we need to check them both. So we can't merge them, because if we merge them, we lose this knowledge, whether it's runtime or not. Although, maybe we do keep both and then merged, and then we only go investigate. We only do the second check if the first one fails. So like okay, there's a mismatch, fine. Let's go investigate if it's a runtime reason. This could be done. Maybe this is the approach. So it's not, I mean, the distinction is between, let's say, runtime versus static, but it's not probably the right solution to keep them fully separate. What we want is something that can recognize that. So more than a union, then this is like, the model is just the model. And then an element needs to have like some kind of thing that explains. Like reasons. Yeah. That said, we do want to have the superset for autocompletion. Let's add the reasons. So reasons is a struct where basically we need to have everything for model. Like there's a one-to-one mapping with model, I think. Yeah. Like for example, it has interactive. And probably tab index. Although the big index can be hard coded, I think. We'll see. So the idea is that there's a reason why something is interactive if that something is not interactive by default. So let's go back to elements A. We are not interactive, but we might be interactive. Yeah, subset, superset. Yep. So I think it should be like this. There should be some kind of match model. More specifically, the point is we are the parent, we are rejecting a child. We need to know if our rejection is because of runtime things or not. And we want a streamlined way of doing this. Parent element, runtime content, actually runtime model, child element, child runtime model. What does it return? It return an optional rejection. So it might not reject, and if it does reject, it might reject with a reason or not. But I guess we can do it like this. Okay, I think it should be this. This is actually it. This is what implements rejects correctly. And child is not necessarily a child. It could be something else. But this is strictly about the model. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah, no, this is strictly about the model. Model rejects. It's almost as if we should put this on the model, not the element. The problem is that we can't assert that it is a runtime model, though. I think it's fine. Okay, so we need to implement then what we were implementing in button. Some of this stuff needs to go away. Special selected content stuff, cool. But all this stuff is ours now. Okay. So if the runtime model dot content so if the parent doesn't overlap with the child, then we want to say invalid nesting, but we need to understand if there's a reason or not. So we need to do this. Let me think about it for a moment. In any case, we don't append anything, that's for sure. So why could this be? It doesn't overlap because why does it not overlap? Is there a reason why it would not overlap? No, I think in this case it's fine. If it's just there is no overlap, because I think it's not, so far we haven't seen things being toggled off in a content model. They just get toggled on optionally. Although you could argue that if it is toggled off, there's a reason why it's toggled. Why the reason could be hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's leave this for a second. What would be the other cases? So first we look at the if content overlaps categories. Then we need to look at the extras. Right. At the extras. So we need to say, does the parent reject explicitly any of the categories of the descendant? Okay, so we reject it. Why do we reject it in this case? This would be like stuff like interactive. Okay, so if field intersection have that name. So if we have found a match, then the question is, Is this a property the child gained at runtime? Hey, Matt. Jesus. It's been a while, huh? So then we do descendant dot reasons. We want to look at the field of descendant reasons and say, well, we actually want to return these straight up. Actually, no, I'm jumping too quickly to conclusions. The question is, if at field. Yeah, this is the problem, because now with the model we have it full and partial, and it all fucking sucks. The model cannot be full and partial at the same time. It needs to be... There needs to be a model and then this extra information. So what we want is field dot model. If model dot categories f dot name, if this is not, so if this is not a runtime property, yeah, HTML stuff, the LSP. If this is not a runtime property, report it as the reason. You return these as reason. Perfect. Okay. So there's content reject also that we need to keep in the model. Why? Because we reject things dynamically. Do we? Do we reject things dynamically? Model wise. Actually, so far, no. So far, we do not. Do we reject things this way? So far, no. So instead of runtime model, let's make this the parent. Parent dot content reject. Okay. So far, this does not seem to be something that goes online. Okay. So reasons categories. So, okay, so that means no partial stuff. Model is just a model. And then we have the extra information. Extract interactive. Hmm. And this is not content, these categories. Okay. So we have the model, and then what is the extra metadata? It's what we reject, for example. And what we reject. And then we need the model superset for autocompletion. Although that can be done with a callback, but no, putting it as data is not a bad idea. So maybe we can call it meta. Reject. Categories max. Well, superset. Why do we care about categories mean? We don't. This is not the model now. Content reject. And if this guy turns out that changes the runtime, we move it inside model. So far, this seems great. So we have, where's extra though? We need also reasons for extra. Actually, for extra, well, we'll see. It was really personalized by, you know what? Let's just keep categories in there for now, because these can change. What makes something interactive can change. What makes something tab index is not, it's actually super static. Okay. So if parent dot meta dot reject content reject these, then we investigate and we return a reason. Okay. Then here's the tab index stuff. So to do the tab index stuff correctly, we need to say if the runtime model of the child has extra tab index and the parent rejects it. How do we know if the parent rejects tab index? we can actually do that by having meta. Extra reject. So it's kind of this basically. If parent meta extra reject overlaps the central runtime model dot extra, this is it. Okay, what about normal content doesn't overlap normal categories? Then the question is, did we turn off some content? Actually, I don't know at that point. We return an empty string? I don't know. For now, we can return an empty string. Then if there's some other reason that we should point out, we can do that. Okay, so this is some good work that we're doing here that we can now not have to duplicate. So in validate content, simple, we're checking extra children. We're checking for bigger children. And here we're checking the model. And we're doing a bunch of work. Which I think we could skip. Because we can say this. If parent dot model rejects child model what do we know? What do we know of the child? We have the node. We have the tag, but we don't have the element. And what do we know of the parent? We have the parent thingy. Yes. Parent model. Child element dot yeah, if model rejects, then we do this. Span. Oh shit. In case of transparent elements, the child might have been rejected by an ancestor. This is not something that this is something that we regress with this system. Right. What about the ancestor thing? So we might have been rejected by an ancestor. How does it work? We need to, if there is a category of the child that is accepted by the parent statically, but that is not accepted at runtime, then it's because of transparency or similar bullshit. And that's going to be our reason. But then that might also imply a span. So we should return a reason and a span. In that case, we have to. If we want to implement this, we have to. Rejection of the span. Rejection of reason. And so it means that we want parent span as well. And we need all the tooling to navigate the tree if necessary. Otherwise, this thing is not useful. Okay. Well, let's assume that we do. Let's assume that we do that. We append this error, and well, congratulations, we did it. So while child, if it's extra children, if extra children continue outer, if forbidden children this order of things might be suspicious, but fine for now. Model rejects. Category is superset. Okay, for now we're not doing this well. To do transparent. Okay, let's adapt everything to the latest refactoring and see how that goes. Elements. Now we have to fix all these elements. Model is not partial anymore. Model is flow through phrasing through this is categories. So usually it's just flow and phrasing, then content phrasing. Actually, it's none, I think. Because all the content that this guy accepts is it's transparent. Yeah. Okay, so content is transparent. And this is model. Then you have meta with categories superset, content rejection, content reject, extra reject. And we can give it defaults to these things though. Okay. Although this does not go in there. There we go. Okay. Validate attributes. Um, right. Parent model. Although that's not always true, actually. Because if the parent is root, then the fuck do we do? Actually, if the parent is root, we should just return. Do we ever call validate content? But we never call validate content on root. So we should be fine. Okay, what are we doing? Completions. Oh god. Can content change? I think it can. So let's do this unconditionally. No field metadata. Yes, it's true. Let's see, what are you working on? A language server for HTML. And I'm in the middle of some weird refactorings for wiring in reasons for rejecting things. So field reasons dot what we built. I'm actually surprised. So with this, we have in theory gained some things, but we have regressed others. Most importantly, A needs to provide reasons for things. So more a.zig in reasons, which it doesn't have. Presence of href attribute. Man, we instantly crash. And we reach unreachable code. Invalid nesting. This is because I failed to define some categories. So content reject and categories should be, I think, in line. Is this it? No, this is not it. It's not content reject. This is because of this and not matching this. Yeah, the diff between this and this should provide reasons. So let's take a look at other elements, I guess. P doesn't have any difference. B doesn't have any difference. A is what we're looking at. Main doesn't have any difference. HTML doesn't have any difference. Button does not have any difference. Okay, so we don't know exactly what the problem is. Is this basically the HTML spec as a semantic model? Yes, it's the HTML spec implemented in a parser that can give you diagnostics whenever you write something wrong. Unfortunately, right now, you're catching me in the middle of a refactoring because I'm not just trying to tell you when the HTML is wrong, but some rules are changed based on attributes. For example, you can nest an anchor under a button as long as you don't give it the href attribute. If you give it the href attribute, then the anchor becomes interactive because now it's a link that you should be able to click, but it's inside a button, so it doesn't work. So what I want to say is not just, I'm already able to say, you know, you can't nest an A under button because it has the href. So I can, how can I say, like I have logic for checking that in an efficient manner. But what I'm missing is the tracking of why the anchor is interactive. And so I'm basically trying to make sure that all these things are properly explained in a way that is, again, not too complicated to express, and also not too complicated to, not too inefficient to compute. But I'm making progress. Like things are going well. Well, right now I'm crashing, but generally speaking, things are going well. 209, element 209. I'm surprised that we reach here. So actually, it's not necessarily as unreachable. So if the parent rejects the categories, has content reject, then okay, parent has a content reject for one of the categories of the descendant. Cool. We want the intersection, and then we want to ask, okay, for everything that is in the intersection, is this not one of the categories? Actually, you know what? We can even do this. There you go. Okay. If the field is not, if the category of the descendant is not in the model, then we return that this is why and this is the reason. In which situation could we end up with failing this search? Honestly, what we currently have, there is just no way. Unless I typoed some stuff. Reasons. Categories. Categories. Interactive. Maybe we could remove this check and see why. You know what? Let's remove this. Let's watch the compiler errors tell us which names we're missing. So we're missing no field metadata. Okay, yeah. Sure. Well, I mean, we can go to categories and basically copy these guys. Okay, there we go. href missing attribute value. Legend server exited. So, okay, so we still are hitting that crash. Invalidate nesting. This is really interesting. Oh, you know what I should say? We have the intersection. Yeah, I guess it's just that this never happens. So else unreachable is wrong. That's the entirety of it. I think the problem is just that that was wrong. That's it. It was just wrong. So this means that we can go back here and recommend these guys out because I don't think we need them. And so actually, if we do reject them, the thing is that there's just no reason. So okay. Selected content invalid nesting under A. Duplicate child. Button can only have one selected descendant. Yes. Although this is not invalid nesting under A though. This is fine. This is fine. We're failing at something. Okay. Let's test what we wanted to test though, which is not this. What we wanted to test is the href stuff. Oh, we crashed. We crashed. Access union field tag name while text is active. Man, again this one? In button. So interesting. So unfortunately, we're fine with this. Well, we shouldn't. So why are we failing? Because button has custom validation, and we have, I think, regressed some things. Let's look at button. Is there anything simpler that we can try right now? Yeah, we should be able to do like main and P, maybe. P and P. Yeah, invalid nesting under P. That's correct. A is also fine. And right now P says invalid nesting under A. But this should say invalid nesting under P. And that's on us. Let's fix this. And then we fix the button stuff. So to fix this, we need to implement this part here. So there is no overlap with the runtime model of the parent, but if parent.model.content.overlaps the descendant, and actually, instead of this, actually, this should be intersection. If the intersection is empty, we're good. But if it's not empty, let me think about it for a moment. If it is not empty, then we want to go up until we find a element that rejects our child in its model. So let me think about it for a moment. It's a P under an A. So we see that the A actually would be fine with the P normally. So we go up and we see the P. And the P actually is not fine with the P. And that's the reason. I guess I'm not sure if this is 100% correct, but it should be good enough, at least for now. So actually, we don't need intersection. Turns out that asking overlaps is fine. So if the parent model doesn't overlap, otherwise, well, we're gonna need some stuff that we don't have. Okay, we grab the ancestor, and then we say the element is gonna be element.all.get the store.kind. If the model content wait a second. I think I'm doing something dumb. Wait a second. How is P implemented? Content is model. Content for P is not model. Well, actually, yes, it is. So yes, this is actually it. Okay, we're doing fine. We're doing great. So it's basically this, but with element. So if grandpa doesn't like this guy, but statically, then reason is going to be nothing, I think. And the span is going to be the ancestor span. Should this be unreachable? This should be unreachable. All right, we could do better with logging, but so for now, that's fine. Okay, we're missing nodes. We're missing source. Hmm. Okay, so in theory, this should now say invalid nesting under P. And it does not. That sucks. Why? Because we are not using model reject in A. We need to go in A. And, oh fuck, no, it has validated attributes. It has simple content. So no, it doesn't have its own implementation of this stuff. But it's in, so we inherit it from element. So we're not using this function correctly in element. Validated content. Simple case. Oh, yes. Because we now have wired in model rejects for children, not for descendants. Although for descendants, we do only descendants checking. So no, actually, this is correct. Okay, so no, there's another bug. There is another bug. Okay, let's try again. Call model rejects, pass down nodes, parent. We pass child of kind, the element of child of kind, and we pass child model. We need some logging in here, I guess. Alex2. So no content categories overlap. No static overlap. Yes, static overlap. Okay, I think this should be enough to track what the issue is in our case. We need to remove a bunch of things though. Okay, there we go. Other rejects. P over A. Fine. Monday rejects A over P. No content categories overlap. Yes. No static overlap. Fuck. No static overlap. Because we said that A has non-transparent. It should be all transparent. Yeah, transparent should implicitly accept everything. There we go. Invalid nesting under P. We got it. We got it. We got invalid nesting under P. Perfect. So this works. Next thing to fix is The href. P is inviting nesting under button. Is this fact true? Let's go check it out. This might very well be true. Button wants only phrasing content, and P is flow content. It's not phrasing. So perfect. Correct. So this other test succeeded. But now we are not complaining about the href. And we should be complaining about the href. So what gives? What gives? So let's take a look at Button. Let's look at Button. Button says, Button has custom validation functions. That is important. And we actually left this half broken. So we need to refix this. Can have selected content. Yes. We start looking at all descendants. We first process selected content accordingly. Oh, do we just straight up delete everything else? Yes, we straight up deleted everything else. Okay. So we did all the selected content validation. Then what we need to do is, let me reread what this thing says. If the element is the first child of select element, you can also have 0 or 1 descendant, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, it wants just phrasing. Phrasing content. But there must be no interactive content descendant. Okay, so we're doing the interactive content check. Now, here's the problem. We can do that. The problem is we might find... what if we find something that is not phrasing content? Under our children. Do we error out? We should not error out because it's our children. They should worry about their own directive thing directly underneath. We should complain only about interactive content. That said, checking twice is not the end of the world, so we could do that. We could just run this algorithm and kind of call it a day. You know what? Let's do the model reject. So we extra reject tab index. We content reject interactive. We don't have reasons though. We don't need it for tab index. We don't need it for interactive. Okay, so we should be able to just call here. Oh, but with this, we are letting, we are validating selected content. What is selected content though? It's phrasing. Okay, so we should be fine with phrasing. Wait a second. Okay, this is driving me insane. This is stating that this accepts phrasing content. This is driving me fucking insane. So this is saying that it accepts phrasing content. And then it gives extra rules. Okay, so should be fine. Okay, fuck it. So if button dot model rejects what? Nodes source parent node. We call it parent node. Just call it parent. Parent span. Descendant. Oh, descendant element in the model. Okay. Okay, let's see how we do. While field text is active in button, man, we're getting into this stuff in button all the time. This is insane. So, oh, I'm an idiot. I need to do this below this. There you go. Still crashing. Union field tag name. Button 109. Right. What if this button contains a normal text node? Kind of important, huh? So it needs to be, we need to do if is element. Is element. We continue. It should go in here. There you go. Ah, there we go. Invalid nesting under button, presence of href attribute. Honestly, this is really beautiful. Okay, we have it. So we have tracking for this. We have tracking for chasing upwards. We have all we need. Boy, is it a lot of work. But we have it all programmatically. Okay. So implement audio. Before we go there, did we implement everything about A? Attributes aside. Okay, so next. Let's read A again. Or descendant with the tab index attribute specified. Yeah. Actually, are we capable of reporting that correctly? We kind of need something else. Whatever. Yeah, invalid nesting under A, presence of the bin index attribute. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So A is really in a good position. There might be extra rules that I haven't read though. I realize that you also need to read the description because they also have some extra rules that they put down here sometimes. If it has an href attribute, is this, is that. Oh, look at this thing. So the target, download, ping, rel, hreflang, type, and refer policy attributes must be omitted if the href attribute is not present. So we now have rules about different attributes. So we need to say, for these attributes, we need to say that if href is not present, then we should complain. This fucking sucks. And then if the item prop attribute is specified on an element, then the href attribute must also be specified. So these guys require this to be present. And this guy requires this to be present. Basically. Which is funny because they are using different wording to express the same relationship. If this, then this. If this, then this. But they word it backwards, like if these guys must be omitted if href is not present. Why do you have to say it that way? Let's see what more is there. These attributes affect what happens when users follow hyperlinks, download hyperlinks, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Okay, so these are the last rules. Man, these are the last damn rules that we need to implement for having A be actually done finally. So this is code that we need to put in the attribute validation. In this case, I believe does A have simple or customized attribute validation? It has it customized because it needs to flip its interactivity. Hello, Danila boy. No source string quality, RIP. You need to watch more ads. Well, you know what we should say? Maybe we should say that content, instead of all, we create also transparent as a synonym of all, so that we also can just say it that way. Okay. Validated attributes. So has href. So we need a boolean for all these other guys? How does that work, man? That sucks. Categories intersect parent content. Oh, right. We're also transparent, so we need to intersect with the parent content. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. But also, so has href. We look at the attribute model. Href, target, download, ping, rel, href, lang, type. These are its own. So target, download, ping, rel, href, lang, type, and referrer policy must be omitted if href attribute is not present. So, oh, this is even bitching about a global attribute, I think. Wait, the referrer attribute. Referral policy. Oh, it's another one of those global but not global. It's a referral policy attribute. Yes, but where is it categorized? It's in here. I failed to copy it. Wait, did I? Okay, I just failed to copy it. href flag type referral policy. Okay. So does he complain also about something global, or is it just them? No, okay, so it's just them. Oh, item prop. Every HTML element can have an item prop attribute specified. It's doing so adds one or more properties to one or more items. The item prop attribute is specified must have a value that is an unordered set of unique space-separated tokens, none of which are identical to another token, representing the names and the value pairs that it adds. The attribute's value must be at least one token. What? What is this thing? Within items, the properties are unordered with respect to each other, except for properties with the same name, which are ordered in the order they are given by the algorithm that defines the properties of an item. What is item prop? Is this a global property, item prop? Yes. Oh my god. Should we have a generic implementation of this? Or should we do it ad hoc? We have to do it ad hoc. There's no other way. At least in some cases. Okay. Let's go implement this. Referrer policy, I think I typed it. Referrer. Okay. So we do want to check if it has href, although at this point it's not just if it has href, it's which attributes of itself that we're seeing. So var scene utters oh, you know what is actually super sad? That the VAIT has scene utters in it. for duplicates. The problem is that it's just more inefficient than what we're going to do, yeah. Okay, now the other rules. So we're done looping over everything, and then we have to say, if not, href is seen. If not has href, then we need to say that if any of the other ones are specified, then it's a problem. Invalid after value. Okay, let's see how that goes. Oh, we have a new error, so yeah, we need to deal with it. Okay, so our complaint now is we need an A element that has item prop. Invalid item attribute combination, missing href. Not bad. Wait a second. Invalid attribute combination, missing href. But I think I'm programming it slightly wrong. They have an index, so the index is their sorting, so we don't index directly on their index, right? This can be just a get. There you go. So also rel. But that's a combination missing href. Okay. Whew. Holy shit. This is it. We pretty much have we pretty much have all of A now implemented. There's nothing else down here. This was the last surprise that we had. And now it's a matter of implementing these attributes, and then we really are done with A. Like we have 100% of A. Like no, nothing else remains. Whew. Ping URLs to ping. Oh god. Space separated tokens, each of which must be valid on empty URL whose scheme is an HTTPS scheme. Okay. Rel. An ordered set of unique space separated tokens that allowed keywords and their meanings are defined below. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I don't feel like implementing this now. But Jesus, there's a bunch. The problem is that these guys are like space separated. It's so annoying. Okay. That said, this is good. Implement missing main rules. Right, there's also that. Flow content. Main. Main, if it is a hierarchically correct main element. A document must not have more than one main element that does not have the hidden attribute specified. Jesus. But then there's the other one. A hierarchically correct main element is one whose ancestor elements are limited to HTML body div form without an accessible name and autonomous custom elements. Each main element must be a hierarchically correct main element. These people are really going bonkers with these rules. So basically main needs to always validate its ancestry. And it wants to be inside HTML body div or form without an accessible name. And if this is a kind of attribute thing, which most probably is, then this might be the second thing that we put inside extra. Wait, why is it sending me here? Without an accessible name. So this is it. This is it. Form without accessible name. What does it mean? And this sends me to Aria. In any case, this is kind of weird. Yeah, I really don't know what's a form without an accessible name. Hey, PP Volto. Yeah, sorry. There's probably something broken with my YouTube integration. Unfortunately, it's kind of janky. In any case, let's see. What did you say? Yay for H1 spec when since the item prop is pressed, it forces a href interactive. Well, I don't know. It's full of weird rules, this thing. In any case, this was it for today, I think. We ironed out all the remaining kinks, I think. Or at least we got very close to. I think that now the model of everything makes a lot of sense. There might be still some adjustments required, but I'm already well set to make those adjustments if needed. Specifically, right now, we assume that content rejection cannot be modified at runtime. If we're wrong, then we need to pull that information into the model. That's it. And we're good. So, with this being said, yeah, I'm calling it a day, and we'll continue tomorrow. We have to implement audio tests, errors, implement missing main rules, and then all the other elements, and then all the other attributes, and then figure out what the heck is a form without an accessible name. I'm guessing it's the name attribute, but it just doesn't seem to, they don't explain it to you really well. Why does it make it accessible? Is it an ARIA thing? Where's the ARIA section? Oh, wait. A form is not exposed as a landmark region unless it has been provided an accessible name. Oh, finally, we found it. The accessible name is the name of a user interface element. Each platform accessibility API provides the accessible name property. The value of the accessible name may be derived from a visible, e.g. visible text on button, or invisible, e.g. alternative blah, blah, property of the user interface element. See? Accessible description. But they haven't explained anything. Oh, well. It's fine. Guys, have fun. I'm gonna rate Lucas Develops. Go say hi for me. We're gonna think about HTML more tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out.